You are welcome to this morning discussion.
Thank you, sir.
Today, we shall be looking at Unit 5. That has to do with population and settlements. So far, we have covered vegetation, climate, relief, geology, location and size of Ghana, among others. We have also dealt with the soils, and then we ended up with the specific type of soils and their geographical locations and characteristics. So, how many vegetation types did we identify last week? How many vegetation belts did we identify last week? Yes. Anita.
6, sir.
Mention one.
The
Let's mention it
rainforest.
quickly. Yes.
Sudan Savannah.
The Sudan Savannah. Where can you find it?
Sudan Savannah is found around Boku.
Around Baku.
In
Which
the
area is
upper
that?
west, upper east.
Upper East.
Yes.
Specific geographically, how will you describe that location?
It shares boundary with Burkina Faso.
Pardon me?
It's at the northeast of Ghana, and it shares boundary
Good.
with Burkina
The
Faso.
northeastern part of Ghana. All right. Yes. SA has his hand up. Who is SA? SA or SAR? SAR, we're listening.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, my brother.
We also have the tropical rainforest.
The tropical rainforest, where can you find it?
Southwestern part of Ghana.
The southwestern part of Ghana. Great. Yes.
Located
Leticia.
around.
That's okay. Thank you so much. Leticia. Yes. Let's quickly mention them. Yvonne. Adeko. Yes. Talk to us.
Guinea Savannah.
Guinea Savannah. Okay. Where is
Yes.
it located?
It's found in the northern region.
In the northern part
The
of
northern
Ghana.
region, and then the upper west
Okay, so let's say the northern half of Ghana.
of Ghana. Yes.
Yes. Right. Addison. Any other vegetation type? Prudence.
So the swamp and mangrove.
The swamp and mangrove. Where is it found?
It's found along the coast.
Along the coast. What is unique about the swamp and mangrove vegetation?
It's waterlogged.
It grows in waterlogged, brackish or salty conditions. Good. What factors are responsible for the variation in vegetation across space? What factors are responsible for variation in vegetation across space? Yeah, Yvonne.
Hello, sir.
Yes.
Rainfall. Amount of rainfall.
Instead of rainfall, instead of amount of rainfall, let's box it together.
Climatic conditions and weather.
Climatic conditions. Climatic conditions.
Oh,
Good.
okay.
Climatic
Then
conditions.
the soil type.
Yeah, soil type. Yes. Another person.
Human activities.
Human activities. Good.
Topography.
Topography. Yes.
Presence of water bodies.
Presence of water bodies, among others. Good.
Sir, desertification is not part of the human activities. My off. Sounds like. Sir,
Wow. My line was dropped there. Okay. So what are the specific soil that you can identify? Specific soils. Specific soils in Ghana. Yes, sir.
clay
Uh-huh.
soil, the cell,
Okay.
then sun.
And sand.
When you combine the sun and the cell together, you get the loam.
You get a what? The loamy.
Yes.
Ah, okay. So sandy soil, clay soil, silt, and loamy. So now I'm talking of the specific type of soil that are found in the various geographical areas or vegetation zones. Emmanuel,
So we have the little source.
the little soils,
Yes, sir.
usually along what? The mountainous regions.
Yes, please.
Good. Yes. Apart from that,
So, so which specifically can we find locate such a site?
that was
So the
little
Equatorial
soil.
Togo ranges.
Exactly. Along the
Come again.
mountain. Yes. Lawrence,
So-
Lawrence,
So we have the forest oxysol,
forest of the soil. Where can you find it?
the southwestern corner of Ghana.
The
That is
southwestern corner of Ghana,
where we have the tropical rainforest.
within the tropical river. Beautiful. Any other? Any other?
You have the
Yes, Ima.
hello.
Hello, yes.
So you have the forest ocrosol.
The forest ocrosol. Great. The
Okay,
forest
it is found-
ocrosol.
it
Found
is
within
found
what?
Ashanti region,
Around within Ashanti region.
part of the Brown
Okay.
region.
Right. Where can you find the acoustic black soil?
Is at the southeast coast.
The southeastern coast of Ghana.
Yes, sir.
Southeastern coast of Ghana. Right. So basically, these are soil types. There are a number of them across the various regions in Ghana with varied qualities and significance. Yes, sir, your hand is up.
No, I want the difference between the one they just mentioned and the one you already know at basic schools. That's it.
The one I just mentioned, which one?
The loamy and the
The
sandy
loamy.
and, yeah.
Ah, okay. The loamy, sandy, they are type of soil based on the soil particles. Yeah, so soil, all the type of soil we are mentioning, they are put together and divided based on the particle size. So on the basis of the particle size, we have clay, which is the very minute ones. We have silt sometimes, which is between the sandy and the clay soil. Then you have the sand. In fact, they have even their measurement. The clay is less than, it's about 0.002 millimeters or less. Then the silt between 0.02 and 0.05. Then the sandy is 0.05 and above. Then when you have these in a mix, then you have the loamy soil as you mentioned. So these are types of soil based on the particle sizes. Then we have the type of soils that are associated with the various vegetation zones or geographical areas, which is not just based on the particle sizes, but a combination of factors. A combination of factors, including the climatic elements that result in leaching. You know, the forest oxygen like this because of leaching. So much rain, so all the basic nutrients are washed out, making the soil highly acidic. So the difference is that the soil in general are broadly classified into three: clayey, silt, and sandy, based on the particle sizes. But geographically, because we said climate, human activity, topography, what have you, are affecting soil characteristics, you will now be finding different types of soil reflecting the climate, reflecting the topography, and reflecting other factors that we have mentioned. So that's the difference between the two groups, the two classes of soils.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Right. Any other concern? And then we zoom into today's lesson. No question. All right. So we're going to look at.
Sir, hello,
Okay.
sir.
Yes.
Okay. So can we be asked to list the soil types and where they are found within Ghana?
Oh, yes. It might be multiple choice like this. They can ask which of the following soil is found at the tropical rain within the tropical rainforest, or they will describe the soil and ask you to identify it.
Okay.
Right.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yes. So you just need to know them, the characteristics and where they are found. They can ask which of the following soil is not good for cocoa production. You see, so it has to do with a particular type of soil, though it's in the raining belt, but because of that soil, largely it doesn't support the cultivation of cocoa. Good. Is my slide showing?
No, sir.
It's not showing.
Yes, it's not showing, sir. It is now showing.
Okay, good. So we are dealing with Unit 5 today, and that has to do with population and settlement. So we shall be looking at population and its varied behavior or characteristics, so that we'll relate it to settlements, among others. Good. So what is population? When we say population, what are we talking about? What is population?
Sir,
Yes.
Population is the total number of people living in a particular place at a particular time.
Within a particular area at a particular time. Very good. So why do you think time and area is important when you are defining population? Why is time and geographical area important when you are defining population?
If time, say population, okay. Population changes.
Population changes. Great.
With time,
with time. So the population of Ghana last year is not the same as this year. So when you are defining the population of Ghana, you must be specific with timing so that when somebody refers to another time records and the results are not the same, they wouldn't say you are wrong. So time is very important because population is dynamic, population changes with time, and at the same time, population also changes with what space. If you're talking about population of your village, it will not be the same as population of your region. It will not be the same as population of your country. It will not be the same as population of the world. So area is important and time is also important when you are dealing with population. Good. And as geographers, we are very much interested in population issues, especially geographical distribution and its associated characteristics. Because we are spatial sciences, we are interested in what is happening across space. Now, because we are interested in population and its behavior, the most important element to begin with has to do with what? The size of the population. Because population is the most important human resource, the most important resource of a nation. You can have all the natural resources that we have in them in Ghana, but because the quality of human beings are low, we are suffering in the midst of abundance. We are suffering in the midst of abundance of natural resources. Elsewhere, they don't have anything. We are told that Japan, like this, they don't have natural resources. They don't have the mineral we are talking of, even soil to farm. Before they became industrialized, Japanese were largely fishermen. But because of the quality of their human beings, they are granting loans and what have you to a country with gold, diamond, bauxite, oil, forest, soil, everything. What is the difference? The difference is the human being. So we are interested in the population and we are interested in the characteristics of that population. For us to be able to arrive at what population we have to undertake census, right? And census basically is the enumeration of individuals in a country within a specified period of time, largely within every 10 years. So the expectation is that within a period of 10 years, the dynamics of population can change. The character of population can change. So it has become a standardized range within which countries conduct census. But in between, other factors are used to determine the size of population. So when we talk of census, we are referring to the head count, official head count of people or individuals that reside in a particular area within a given period of time. Now, we are told that the history of population, as far as our country, Ghana, is concerned, can be traced back to the colonial period, where the attempt to count the people was made in the Gold Coast somewhere in 1891 by the British. You know, they needed it. They needed to know the total number of people we have. Because if you don't know the number of people, you cannot plan. Planning requires information. And when you do the counting, you are able to tell how many people you have how many are in various age groups, how many are located where, how many are gainfully employed, unemployed, and what have you, so that you can plan appropriately for each category of the population. We are told that it was repeated 10 years after until 1941, when it was disrupted by the Second World War. So because of the World War II, census was not conducted in 1941. The last count before independence was in 1948. So from 1891 up to 1948, Ghana was not born. It was the colonial administration that was carrying out these enumerations for the purpose of administering the colonial territory. Now, this type of census has its own challenges. The reason was that it did not cover the whole territory of Ghana as it is today. You remember we had mentioned earlier that Ghana then was divided into different regions. The colony was there, the protectorates were there, the what have you. So their interest, they were carrying out the activities of census in area where they were so much interested in, because of the commercial interest, because of the administrative interest, among others. In 1921, the census, we are told that the only census that covered the entire of modern Ghana was done in 1921. And since independence, Ghana has conducted its own census as a modern state, beginning in 1960 under the Nkrumah's regime, then 10 years, 1970, then instead of 1980, it didn't happen, so it came in 1984 under the PNDC. Then it took us almost 16 years. So the last one was in 2021. Each of these generated a set of data that is used for purposes of planning. Now, when you are carrying out census, there is an interest. Nationality is important when it comes to population and its related benefits or otherwise. So the nationality of a person is very important. You know, in Ghana, we have so many people. Some of them are just visitors. Others have settled. And you have the local people. So the legal right of a person to belong to a given country defines nationality. Ghana's population, as we are aware, has been predominantly made up of Africans, Ghanaians, and other African citizens. Our brothers from Nigeria, Burkinabes, Malians, what have you. But there are others too who are from far away outside the continent of Africa. In 1960, we are told 12.3% of the population were foreigners. That's a huge number, 12% of your population being foreigners. In 1969, Busia, the second president of the Second Republic. In fact, Busia was a prime minister, more or less. passed the Aliens Compliance Order that was aimed at reducing the volume of foreigners or the percentage of foreigners in our country. So many foreigners were asked to leave to their homes. We are told our brothers from Nigeria were heavily affected. Likewise, others from different regions, from different parts of the world. So the Alien Compliance Order was to get rid of illegal residents, illegal persons who were residing in our country. And it affected so many of our neighbors and our friends from far and near. So the law, we are told, affected the population of Ghana, especially, you know, when you are doing your population, you count everybody, because you still need to take care of the foreigners. You still need to make provisions for them. So when the law was passed and people had to leave, we are told that the population of the foreigners reduced from 12.3 to 6.6 by 1970 and further to 3.9 by the year 2000. So currently the foreign population, well, by 2000 stood at 3.9%. There are some of them who naturalize, and those who naturalize as of 2000 constituted about 4% of our population. So naturalization had to do with a foreigner deciding to become a Ghanaian, taking the legal processes to attain his status, to become officially recognized as a Ghanaian with our benefits extending to him. So there are people who originally were not Ghanaians, but out of the processes that are in place, there are several ways of becoming a Ghanaian, and one of them is through naturalization. The Ghanaian population is made up of varied ethnic groups that includes the Akan, the Ga, Dange, the Guan, the Ewe, the Guma, the Moli, the Gbani, the Gusi, the Mande, among others. So we have to be happy with our diversity because we have so many ethnic groups in Ghana, and that should be a strength and not a weakness. As a people, we need to recognize the fact that we are so many diverse, but with a common destiny, a common country called Ghana. We need to respect and love one another, irrespective of our ethnic backgrounds, irrespective of our tribal affiliations. Remember, nobody chooses to become the tribe you belong. Nobody chooses that. It's by accident. You are born into it. So if you were from somewhere, you could have been born into another ethnic group. So differences in ethnicity, differences in tribe should not be a reason for conflicts and disturbances. We have to celebrate our diversity. We have to appreciate the benefit of diversity so that we live and coexist peacefully for the development of our society, for the development of our country, Ghana. One element of population that is very, very important is the structure of the population. The structure of the population. We have age structure. Here, the population is divided into various age brackets. Various age brackets. 0 to 15 bracket, 16 to 60 bracket, and 61 plus bracket. Now, this grouping is very important because each of the brackets has certain peculiar or unique characteristics. And when you are planning, you plan differently for each of these groups. Those within 0 to 15, as we are aware, are the non-working group. These are the people who are school-going age. They are supposed to be going to school. They are not supposed to be working. They are not productive. They are supposed to be taken care of. So when you are planning for these people, you have to plan schools. You have to build school. You have to provide furniture. You have to provide services that take care of such. Fortunately or unfortunately, in our situation, they constitute the largest group. They constitute the largest group because we are a young population. We are a growing population. Then you have the 16 to 60 group. Officially, these constitute the working class. These are the people who are supposed to be engaged in productive activities to feed the nation, to grow the nation. And you have the 61 plus. These are the retirees. These are the people who have served their country and are expected to be resting. So when you add the 60 plus to the 0 to 15 group, they constitute the dependent population. They depend on the 16 to 60 group. So you have heard of the dependency ratio. So the dependency ratio is linking the 16 to 60 group to the 0 to 15 plus the 61 above. So when you match them, how many of these people are depending on the 16 to 60 group? And that measures the dependency ratio. Where the dependency ratio is high, investment becomes low because you will be working and feeding people instead of investing, instead of saving. And we all know what is happening in our Ghanaian context. You have one person in your family who is well-to-do and you have to take care of all the rest. And because of unemployment, it has worsened this situation because there are people within the 16 to 60 brackets who are supposed to be working, but they are not because they are not gainfully employed. They don't have jobs, especially those who are looking for white-collar jobs. Now, this structure of the population influences several aspects of the population. It influences fertility, it influences mortality, it influences migration, and influence other socio-economic characteristics of the population. The reason being that each age bracket, the behavior is different in one way or the other. As I said earlier, Ghana's population is young or is useful. And we are told that over 40% of the Ghanaian population are 15 years and below. And that tells you that we need to build more schools. We need to provide more child-related services to take care of these people so that they grow to become responsible citizens in future. When the population structure is represented in a diagram form, we call it population pyramid. when the structure of the population, that includes people of various sex, male, female, belonging to the various age brackets. When you represent that in the form of a diagram, we call it population pyramid. So the population pyramid in Ghana is conical in shape. It's like a cone. The bottom is broad and the top is small, indicating that you have many more people who are young. Then as you grow, the percentage of the population in the rest of the brackets reduces. So few people are supposed to be dying by the nature of the pyramid, and more people are born. And as a result of that, it promotes rapid population growth. Rapid population growth. We're told that about a third of the population is aged. That is those beyond 60 going. And that the number of people who are 60 years and above are gradually rising. People are living longer. So those who are 60 and above are increasing in their numbers. Remember, the life expectancy is rising. At a point in time, it was below 50. At another point in time, it was around 53. Currently, it's between 60 and 63 for males and females, respectively. So more people are living longer, and the people who are retired and are supposed to be resting are increasing in their numbers. Any question or contribution? Any question or contribution? So they can ask you what is population, what is the age structure of a population? It's basically the groupings of the population in the various age brackets. And the age brackets are 3. Those below 15 or 15 and below. Those from 16 to 60. And those who are 60 plus. The categorization of the population into these age brackets is what we call the age structure. But sometimes they will ask you population structure. It's referring to the same thing. But basically, it takes care of males and females in the various brackets. Males and females in the various age brackets. Any question or contribution? All right. Then we have the sex structure. That's what I've just explained. It is the male and female in the population at different age groups. The male and female. So anytime they draw the population pyramid, you see males maybe to the left side of the pyramid, female to the right side of the pyramid, then the ages in the middle. The ages in the middle. So 0 to 15, how many males are there? How many females are there? 16 to 60, how many males are there? How many females are there? 61 plus, how many males are there? How many females are there? That constitutes the structure, the sex structure. So we have sex composition, which is influenced by sex ratio at birth. When we talk about the sex ratio, there is looking at the number of male to females. In fact, they usually peg it at 100. The number of male to every 100 females within the population. In Ghana, I think it's around 98 male to 100 females, meaning that we have more females than males. But when you consider it at various age groups, it changes. It has been established that more males are born than females. Yet we have more females in the population than males. The reason is that mortality among males is higher than that of females. Mortality, that is death among males, is higher than that among females. So if at birth you have more female than males, as the population grows, as a cohort at a particular group grows, the males reduces faster than the females. So by the time they get to adulthood, the female become more. And that is why our population in totality, we have more females than males. It's because of the role of mortality. So we have infant mortality, which talks about death of children below 1 year. Death of children below 1 year is called infant mortality. Death of children between 1 year and 5 years is called child mortality. Child mortality. Then you also have death of women who are passing through reproductive period. And that is what we call maternal mortality. These types of mortalities are important in measuring the development of a nation. When a state, when a country is advancing, each of these types of mortality reduces. But when it is common, it tells that the states, there's something wrong. It's a manifestation of underdevelopment. Underdevelopment is reflecting in mortality issues, child mortality, infant mortality, and maternal mortality. The average sex ratio at birth, we are told, is around 105 to 100. So that's what I was explaining. At birth, you have more males than females that are born. About 105 males are born to every 100 females. But as the population grows, it rather reduces. And the males rather reduce faster than the females. So for every 100 females, there are 97 males. The consequence is that it can affect population growth. It means that the males are fewer. So when it comes to marriage, there will be some without husbands. And that is why polygamy is important in Africa and in Ghana, so that all women can get husbands. Right. So each of the elements in population has an impact. And you need to single out these structures, understand them properly, and make interventions through population policies. So you can use population policy to correct some of these areas so that at the end of the day, you get the desired population. We're also looking at population distribution. Any question before we look at population distribution? Any question or addition? Now, what is population distribution? It basically refers to the spatial arrangement or location of people within a given period of time. The spatial arrangement. Where are the people found? If you say the population of Ghana is 34 million or 35 million, why are they? You and I know that population is not uniformly distributed. Population varies. As you move from north to south, east to west, the population distribution changes. The density, the concentration continue to alter. So it is not uniform. Whereas some areas are densely populated, others are moderately populated, and some are described as sparsely populated. So there are places where population density is around 25% per square kilometer. So within a square kilometer, the number of people you have there is less than 25 people in a square kilometer. Such an environment is sparsely populated. You have others that you can have even up to 1,000 or 2,000 per square kilometer. That is a densely populated region. And you have others 50, 100, 200 per square kilometer among others. So the variation in population is so important when it comes to national planning. So you go to Accra and a whole lot of facilities are provided, yet it's not enough. You go to other places, you have to combine 2, 3 villages to give them one school, because one village is not enough to feed a school. Others, you have school complexes which are still choked. School complexes, story buildings, multitude of classrooms, yet there is still overcrowding. It tells you the relevance of population distribution in national planning. Now, so it's important that you study and appreciate the distribution to factor that in when you are sharing your national cake. If not, that issue of equality, there's no equality anywhere. It's rather equity. You provide as required, not that you just share equally. You give Greater Accra 10 schools, and you want to give Northern Region 10 schools. No, it will not make sense, because the population distribution must be factored into the distribution of national resources. So what has been the pattern like? What is the pattern like with respect to population distribution? What is the pattern like? Now, if you take the northern zone, we have areas of moderate population, and that includes the Eastern Corridor, the Mamprisis, the Dagombe, the Lorawa regions. Those belts are moderately populated with a population density of about 50 people per square kilometer. Remember, population density has to do with land area versus population size. So one region may have more people, yet less in density because of the size of the region. You take the Kusasi Belt, the Katsina and Nankane areas, with a population density of about 200 persons per square kilometer. That is also within the Northern Belt, the Upper East region to be specific in this regard. Then, between the Upper West and the Upper East, and within the middle zone, you have what we call the Tumuga. The Tumuga, which we shall be looking at in much detail. This is one of the most sparsely populated belts in the country, with a population density of about 9 persons per square kilometer. 9. You take a whole kilometer of land and you have just 9 people. Take note, these are averages, right? You are looking at the whole area population and you divide it by the land size. Take note. The Tumuga suffered from slavery, and also the land area is economically poor in terms of agricultural significance, mineral resources, among others. So the difficulties, a number of factors are responsible for variation in population distribution. That include climate, that include water sources, that include vegetation, that include soil fertility, that include historical experiences. Remember slavery. These Tumuga suffered slave raids, causing people to run away to seek shelter somewhere. Others were also taken into slavery and carried across the continents. Topography is also a factor. So there are several reasons why population vary in distribution. Natural factors, and you have the human factors. The human factors include the slavery and also the coming of the Europeans and their impact on population distribution. You consider the middle belt, as I said, this zone is largely sparsely populated, largely. The middle belt covering northern region, the present-day Savannah region, and some parts of Ahafo, among others, that are also poorly populated. We shall look at the reason for each region and account for the population density or distribution. Then you have the forest belts. Areas that are densely populated within the forest belts, and some are also moderate, with a population density of about 200 per square kilometer, generally in the forest area, except the thick forest areas like Shawhi and Wasa Awin areas. Those areas, the vegetation has affected population distribution there, among other reasons. So in those areas, their population is less. But generally in the forest belts, you have moderate to dense population. You go to the coastal belt, and you have the highest in terms of density. Over 1,000 persons per square kilometer within the coastal areas. The reasons could be because of the European coming, their impact on development along the coast. Today, most of our administrative headquarters are in Accra. Our industries are in Accra, Takoradi, and Kumasi. So the economic dynamics and the social elements have all contributed in affecting the kind of population distribution that we have. Any question before we account for the reasons for the variation in the population? Any question or contribution?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yeah. Please, my question is on the population structure.
Okay.
You said the cause of I want to know the cause of the higher mortality rate of man at the infant state.
Not only at the infant state, even as we grow, males die faster than females. So when you even look at the life expectancy, women live longer than men.
Okay.
Right?
Yes,
so it's not only at childhood, but across board. And the reason is that men are more exposed to hazardous activities than females.
Okay.
Right?
Okay, yes, sir.
So we are more prone to, we are more vulnerable when it comes to mortality than females.
Thank you, sir.
Yes. Any other question or contribution? Yes.
This is my contribution to the coastal zone.
Yes.
So we are saying that the coastal zone is heavily populated with about 1,000 square kilometers. That's the density, population
1,000 per square.
1,000 per square. All right.
Yes.
So we gave one reason as the coming of the Europeans. Then I am also saying that we can also look at the kind of the jobs that the occupation. So predominantly they are in fishing and then also commercial farming.
Yeah.
And then if you look at some aspects of the towns at the coastal line, for instance, in Zima, they have large coconut plantation. So I believe that these factors also encourage more people to be residing or living in such areas.
Yes. Thanks for your contribution. I think I mentioned that the coming of Europeans, the presence of industries in Tema, Accra, Takoradi, and the large markets, there is a drift of people from the other region to the coastal area because of the economic elements. And also the fact that as a national, most of the best schools, best job opportunities, virtually everything good is concentrated in the coastal areas. It's poor planning along the coast, and if development will not go to the people will go to development. And that is why we are having challenges in Accra, in Kumasi, in Takoradi, because we have failed to develop the other parts of the country. And as rational as we are, Everybody is looking for opportunity to advance or develop himself or herself. So you are right. Agricultural prosperity, economic viability, the commercial activities, and administrative elements. All our ministries are in Accra. So if you want to deal with anybody at all, you have to go to Accra. So if you want to establish an entity that has to be dealing with people at officialdom, it's better to be in Accra instead of being in Bolga or Boku or Tumu. So that when you want someone to sign your door, you have to travel. Our decentralization is not working properly. So you are right. Any other contribution? Any other contribution?
Say,
Yes.
yes. Okay, my observation too is,
Yes.
with the population, we are comparing the number of people to the land size.
Exactly.
So a lot of people being in the smaller space will cause the population density. So
Exactly.
if we were to transfer the people in Accra to northern region, which has a land size, large land size, the population rate will change.
Will change, definitely.
To square kilometer. And so I've observed that the land size also contribute to the either a place could be densely populated or sparsely populated. Thank you.
Exactly. Yes. If you bring the people of Accra to northern region, there will be space. The population density will change because of the land size. Until 2017, was it 2017 or 2018, when they divided northern region into 3. Northern region was bigger than about 4 or 5 regions put together in terms of land size. If you added Central, Western, Greater Accra, and one other region like that together in terms of land size, they were still less than Northern region. So you can just imagine. So the land size is very important when it comes to density, because density is number of people divided by total land area. So the smaller the land area, the higher the possibility of density. Good. Any other contribution or question? All right. Now, let's account for the reasons for the variation in population distribution. We have mentioned some of the factors already. Reasons for the variation in population. The extreme of east and of west has high population density due to what? They mentioned the northeastern part, then the northwest. Why do we have high population? Then you come to the middle belt and population is low. One of the reasons has been strong military tactics that existed historically. There were a lot of warriors fighting war to protect territories and other people running into them for protection. And as a result of that, you begin to have larger group of people residing in those specific locations. Then you also have refugees from neighboring weaker tribes. Those days, before there was this, wars of conquest and expansion. Kingdoms were built on the basis of conflict. We are expected to understand that we have gone past that stage, but we still have remnants of it in various parts of our country. But those days, weaker tribes were seeking refuge under the protection of stronger ones. So because of the raiding, because of the conflict, because of the fighting, if you find yourself in an area where you could not defend yourself, you have to associate yourself with a stronger tribe that will provide you with that protection from your aggressors, people who are attacking. And that helped in building some of these traditional areas. Then there was also strong traditional leadership. You know, chieftaincy has been with us long before the coming of the Europeans. And you know, the strength of a people is built around leadership. It's built around leadership. Just take the Ashanti Kingdom. It's built around leadership, authority, power, organizational ability. You know, when you have strong traditional leadership with various structures, and the traditional leadership was structured in such a way that people were ready to do everything to defend and to expand their territory. So the more powerful, the more organized, the more resourceful you are, the likelihood of extending your territory or the likelihood of attracting other people into your territory was so high. And that was manifested in the northeastern and the northwestern parts of our country. And that has kept the population in these areas up to today being strong and moderately high compared to other areas. So because of this traditional leadership, even slavery was minimal. The slave raider could not easily penetrate because they would be resisted, except where the chiefs participated in the slavery. In that case, they themselves were selling people. So when you talk of slavery, slavery was not just an external enterprise, but the local authority, the traditional leaders were complicit. They were part of the system that allowed slavery to flourish and depopulated some of the regions in Ghana. But why was there or still very low population in the Tumu Gap and the Middle Belt? So in between the northwest and the northeast is the middle that we call the Tumu Gap. And this region has very poor population. What are the reasons that contributed to this depopulation of the region? One of it is poor soil. I've mentioned this when I was talking about it earlier. The region has very poor soil. The lateritic soil, very hard to work with. And you know, majority of us in Africa, in Ghana, especially in northern Ghana, make our living out of the land. So if the land is not fertile, if agriculture is not viable, definitely people will not be attracted to such environments. Unfortunately, within the Tumu Gap, extending to the Middle Belt, soils there are very poor, not agriculturally supportive, and people struggle to produce food to feed themselves. And the reason, the consequence of this is that people are migrating, people are leaving the environment, and people, the area is becoming less and less populated. There is also the problem of floods. You know, climatically, rainfall in this region is poor. It's poor. We don't have rainfall that will support farming throughout the year. Yet, when the peak of the rainy season comes, these areas again are quickly engulfed in flood waters. When the Bagre Dam is open, when the other rivers, the White Volta, the Black Volta, the minor river that are also there, when they overflow their banks because of high rainfall concentrated within a short period, it causes flooding. And flooding destroys people's livelihoods. Their farms are destroyed, homes are destroyed, properties are destroyed. These regular occurrences definitely will affect people and cause them to migrate from their areas to other places where they believe is safe enough for them to grow their families. Ironically, whereas the people suffer from flood, which is excessive water, the same people are suffering from inadequacy of water supply. So when you need the water for your socio-economic life, you don't get it. But the water will come at a point and destroy your life. So that's the problem. The rains come within a short period and flood the place. And when the dry season comes, 5 to 6 good months without rain, the place becomes so dry that access to water for human use as well as for their animal, you know, those areas, animal husbandry is one important economic activity. So you realize that people have to move with their animal in search of water in the dry season. And these difficulties also affect lives and people migrate. Rainfalls are unreliable, especially in this time of the century. The problem has been compounded by climate change, where rains are not predictable. And when you cannot predict the rainfall pattern, it affects the farming activities. And when farming is affected, then the lives of people are directly affected, because over 90% of the people in these regions make their living out of farming. Majority are farmers. So if the rains are not predictable, if the rains are not suitable for agriculture, then many people are sentenced to hardships, poverty, suffering, among others. And the ultimate will be for them to migrate, to relocate to other places in search of greener pastures. There's also the problem of dangerous animals and harmful flies. You know, in the early days of Ghana, the Middle Belt You might have heard of the Fumbisi Valley. This is a very fertile valley, especially for the cultivation of rice. We are told that that valley, that area can feed Ghana and West Africa with rice if attention is paid to it. Unfortunately, in the early days of Ghana, there were dangerous flies. The river, that caused river blindness. So people were getting blind along the valleys. And they were dying. Because if the livelihood of the people is farming and people are getting blind, how are they going to farm? So animals were disturbing the people, flies were disturbing the people, getting them blind, getting them killed. And the consequence it was for them to move away. It was in the 70s that the World Bank supported Ghana to actually spray the flies to reduce the onchocerciasis. So there was a project that targeted the valleys and the rivers along these areas. They were using helicopters to spray the flies to get rid of them so that life could be restored. That is why presently many people are farming rice in those areas. It's because there was a war that was waged against the flies that were causing river blindness and causing deaths among the people. And as I said earlier, slavery also contributed to the underdevelopment and poor population in the Middle Belt. I indicated that the slavery was not only by foreigners. It was a combination of foreign demand and local supply of slaves. The chiefs were complicit. You have heard of Samore and Babature. These were notorious slave raiders who were raiding the Middle Belt, catching the strong men and women, bringing them to various locations. When you go to Upper East, you have Nania, which was one of the slave posts. It's now a tourist site. You have Sakuli in northern region. You have Salaga in the Savannah region. And these slaves will end up at the coast, at the castles, where they were shipped out of the country to go and provide free labor in the West Indies and the Americans. So today we are asking for compensation from the whites because we believe that the economies of the whites were built by the sweat of our brothers and sisters who were taken away in the name of slavery. But the question is, if you are asking for compensation from the white, what about the local chiefs, the Asantes, the Asante kings, the Dagomba kings, among others who participated in the slavery? What do we do to them? Then they should also be ready to pay, because they were the people actually selling the slaves. to rather enrich their kingdoms. The whites only came to realize that there was already an existing slave market, and they participated and escalated it. All of these affected the Middle Belt and the Tumuga. Any question on that or contribution? Any question or contribution?
No, no question, sir.
All right. What factors contributed to the high population in the forest zone? You know, Ashanti region is the most populous region in Ghana.
Sir.
Yes.
Hello. I'm fine. Good.
You are fine. Then off your mic.
So in case you see any of them, I said, I want to have kind of this for me.
All right. So what were the factors, or what are the factors that contributed to the high population density or the concentration of people within the forest regions in Ghana? One of them is the fact that there was no history of slavery in the forest belt.
Agriculture.
Yes. So no history of slavery. Since slavery is depopulating communities, the absence of slavery means the population was intact and therefore continue to grow. There was strong military and leadership. I've mentioned already, the Ashanti Kingdom is an example of a well-organized system. And it is not today. It started far. In fact, you realize that the Ashantis initially resisted the British, the colonial system, until they were overpowered later and brought under the administration of the British. So every region, every society depends on leadership. As a country, if we don't have good leaders, there's no way our economy will turn around. Just imagine what is happening at Public Accounts Committee. People are milking the country as if there's no tomorrow. And we have very corrupt leadership that nobody is holding anybody accountable. So if you're a leader and you're not holding other people accountable, it means that you are equally responsible for the mess that the people you are leading are engaged in. Yeah, Asantua, the strongest woman with a very powerful military, extended and built a kingdom together with other leaders before and after her. So you go from one region to the other and you have the history of the people built around strong military and strong traditional leadership. So within the forest belt, the Akwamu, the Dentres, the Asantis, the what have you, build strong armies to defend and to expand their territories, conquering each other from one time to the other. And other regions where they did not have similar build-ups. Some were even running to those regions for protection. There's also good commercial activities. When we're dealing with geology, when we deal with climate and vegetation and soils, you see this region being well endowed naturally. And that had translated into commercial activities, businesses, investment, growth of economic activities, job opportunities. They are there. So because of the good commercial ventures, good commercial activities, it's attractive. Life there is good. And many people are running into the area to share in the goods of the region. So wherever you have good commercial activity, you know, before even the Ashanti, the whites came, the Ashanti were already controlling a lot of trading activities within the forest region. And that definitely make the people rich. And when you are getting rich, you control power. And you bring many more people under your management. In terms of wars, the region, the forest belt has been very stable compared to the north, even in recent times. The north still experience serious disturbances as recent as even today. It's happening in the extreme of East, Boko and its surrounding. It's still being devastated by war. If you look at the Agbogboloshi, where we had the Konkumba market, you realize the majority of the people there are Northerners. Why? Because of the frequent wars that occurred in the 1990s. 94, thereabouts, where many young boys and girls had to relocate to Accra. And you can see the population there. You can imagine if all these people were to be back home in the north, Greater Accra would have been depopulated and the north would have been repopulated. So wherever you have conflicts, the consequence is that people who love their lives will migrate, they'll move out. And where there is peace, there is also investment. Where there is peace, the economy will grow. Life will be comfortable and people will be attracted. As youth, it's our responsibility to preach peace and promote it by our actions and inactions. Because you cannot develop with conflicts. You cannot develop with war. We're told that Boko was the most vibrant commercial city in West Africa. Vibrant. But Boko is becoming a ghost town if it has not. In fact, it's a ghost town, let me say. Banks have relocated. Teachers are running away. Nurses are running away. Everybody. So what happened to our children? How would they be educated? How would they get health services? So the benefit of peace is development. And the forest belt benefited from that stability. less wars, hence more economic activities in agriculture, in business, in commerce, in what have you. Because of that, it also became a safe haven for displaced people from other areas. Just as I have mentioned, you go to Kumasi, you go to the Zongos, and you find a lot of northerners there. Why? They have been displaced from their original homes. And they find these peaceful areas safe havens to take cover, to take shelter. So as the place is peaceful, more people are coming from the disturbed areas. And that continues to increase the population of the region. The Europeans also impacted on the forest belt. You know, when Ashanti were controlling the trade, they were also fighting with the coastal people, the Fantis, and other people who were also trying to be independent in doing their business. And the Ashanti wanted to rather be dictating how trade was done between the Sahelian regions and the coastal regions. So when the Europeans came and wanted to improve on their businesses, they invested their time and energy in ensuring that there was stability in the forest belt by defeating the Ashantis and creating room for all other people to live peacefully in the business environment that benefited all and attracted many to the region. Then the natural endowment of the region. The forest belt, in fact, the forest alone is already a natural resource for timber, for raw materials, for others. Then the region is also the most endowed when it comes to mineral resources: gold, diamond, bauxite, manganese. The region is equally endowed when it comes to quality of soil and the cultivation of cash crops, like the cocoa, the coffee, the rubber, the oil palm, as my brother mentioned, among other coconuts. These are cash crops. And they do well in this region. If cocoa could have been grown well in the north, many people would have also been making money. So you find northerners who are very hardworking relocating to the south and engage in cocoa farming. So you now have northerners who are also owning cocoa farms in the south. If they could do that in the north, they wouldn't have traveled there. So the natural resource endowment has played an important role in the population concentration in the area, among many other factors. What about the coastal belt? What has been the reasons for the high concentration? Okay.
Okay, sir. So you said with the forest zone,
yes,
there was less wars.
Yeah, the wars were not devastating enough.
Okay, but then
compared to
from history, we got to know that the Ashantis, for instance, engaged in a series of wars. There's a Granty War, the Yasantua War, and others. So I want to find out, with the war, are we looking at the internal aspect or external wars?
Yes, we are looking at the internal
Okay,
wars.
All right.
But this what you were talking of, they were rather expanding their territories. Most of them were wars of expansion. They were trying to conquer other people to bring them under their control.
Okay, sir. With this, won't it also cause fear in people? Because war
when you
comes
succeed,
with distraction.
When you fight war, most of these were fought outside of their own territories, right?
Okay, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So they were rather reaching out to those people to fight them and bring them under their control. So when you do that, your own home is safe. But you yourself, you are engaged in war. You walk out there to fight and come home. You see, but when you are fighting among yourself, that is where the problem is.
Okay, sir.
Yes.
Well understood.
Good.
Yeah.
Any other question or contribution?
So my question is,
yes,
that point, heaven what? I think the slides have gone off.
Pardon me?
Heaven said.
Save heavens.
Yeah, save heavens.
1.5.
Yeah.
Yeah, you say what?
I'm not that clear with the point.
I didn't get you.
I didn't get it well. Let me get
okay. We are saying that the forest belt, where there was stability, where there was peace, it became a place for people to be protected. People ran away from their own homes to these places for protection. That is what we mean. As I was saying, even today, when there are disturbances in the villages, they run to the cities where they believe the structures are there to protect them. That's what we mean by being safe havens, but displace people from other areas. So when there are conflicts, the Kunkumbes, Nanumbes, the Kunkumbe, the Gumbes conflicts, people were running away. You remember in the 1994, a lot of people left the north to the south. What were they looking for? Safe havens. They were looking for protection somewhere so that their enemies will not follow them there. No matter what you are, if you are fighting your village and your enemy ran to the city and you go there to attack, the system will catch you up. The military, the police, the security agencies are there. So it was the same thing. The kingdoms within the forest belts enjoyed certain level of peace and stability and strength, that when other people were disturbed in their home, they ran to these places for shelter, for protection. And that definitely will increase the population of those areas. Are you okay with that?
Yes.
Sir, maybe his problem is with the spelling.
Okay, sir. Yes.
Is it save or save?
Pardon me. Safe. It should be F. It should be F. It should be F.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
And then secondly, said the heavens. It should be HAVENS. So there shouldn't be E before the H. Maybe typing mistake. Safe havens.
Okay.
So
There shouldn't be.
E. Yes, please. Yes, please.
Okay.
Yes, please.
Good. Yes.
Thank you.
Any other question or contribution?
Any other question or contribution?
All right. Then what happened along the coast? One, flourishing trade with the European merchants. You know, the Portuguese came very early. Others followed, and they established commercial entities. They created conducive environment along the coast. The merchants came, they established big stores, what have you. So many people were not trading with the Europeans. So when you go to Accra today, left to the geography of Accra, they don't have much of natural resources apart from the sea. But yet it has become the most commercialized city. It's because of the history of it. Right. So the Europeans created very conducive environment along the coastal belt. They brought money, they brought merchandise, they brought so much and traded with the local people. And that attracted a lot of people to move towards the coast and settle. We're also talking about profitable fishing industry. You know, the fishing industry is huge. It's just that as I don't want to use the word useless as we are not managing our resources well. If not, why should we be importing ice fish when we have a huge ocean? But, you know, if you fail to plan, then you are planning to fail. We are not good managers of our natural resources. Just as we are not benefiting much from our gold, our cocoa, the fishing industry is the same. But it has contributed to large population because of its profitability. Then coconut is also doing well along the coast. It's a cash crop. It's giving people money, and that is also affecting population distribution. Then we have commercial farming and trading. We have talked about that. We have political and administrative capital promoting immigration. So a lot of, if you look at most of the foreigners, they come to settle along the coast because of the administrative the business entities. Look at our industries, our port cities. For you to export or import, you need the sea. Tema and Takoradi are so important in international trade. So businesses are locating near the port to take advantage of the transport system. And that is attracting people because they will create jobs, and the chain effect is also there. So a good number of reasons account for the high population along the coastal areas. Good. Then we are looking at household size. Yes.
So please, what about educational opportunities?
Yes. Yeah, education is also important.
All right,
most of our universities and good schools are along there. The very first university to be established in Ghana was the University of Ghana, Legon. You know, when people go to these places and get their education, they largely stay back instead of going back to their villages. You go to Cape Coast, most of the best schools are there. So education is playing an important role in recent history in the population concentration in those areas.
All right, sir. And the first secondary school to be established in the country is located in the south, the coastal part. In fact,
yes. And you know, the history of education between the North and South is about 100 years. The first school to be established in the North was 100 years behind the schools in the South. And that is why the North continued to struggle, because of that gap. So before the people of the North could start going to school, the Southerners have gone to school, worked, retired, died, and their children the same. So generations. So it's one of the very good reasons that has contributed to the disparity between the North and South of the country when it comes to social and economic development. Right. Household sizes, composition, and distribution. So while we are looking at population as a whole, we are equally interested in narrowing down to the household level. And when we talk about a household, it's a person or group of persons that live together in the same house or compound and sharing the same housekeeping arrangements and being catered for as one unit. That's what we call a household. It could be you, your mother, your father, your wife, your siblings. It could be beyond that, other people you are taking care of. It is defined by the sharing of items, sharing of food, sharing of resources as a unit. One person taking care of the rest, or few people taking care of the rest, and you see yourself as one people. Living arrangements are largely influenced by socio-cultural factors. So what constitutes these households is also affected by other factors, such as marriage, family types, among others. So if you practice patrilineal or matrilineal or whatever types, blended family, what type of family, they can also shape the kind of households and living arrangement that we have. In some communities, when you marry, the woman will join the man. Others, when you marry, maybe the man will join the woman. Others, when you marry, the man and the woman will leave their parents and go and settle on their own. Others, when you marry, you still live with your parents. So all kinds of permutations are there, informed by our culture, informed by our social practices as a country, as a society. The family system, as I mentioned, depicts the type of kinship that exists in a particular society. And the structure, the composition, and the size of the household differ among the various ethnic groups based on the kinship and the two broad descent and inheritance systems. I've already mentioned the patrilineal system, where you inherit through the fatherland, and also the matrilineal system, where inheritance is traced from the mother's side. So the head of family, the head of household, is affected by the kind of kinship, the kind of system that we practice. Among the Akans, they are matrilineal in nature, and in this system, couples live apart with economic autonomy. The matrilineal allow couple to live apart with economic autonomy. You take care of yourself, you and your wife, but you can visit your families, among others. Among the airways and the Moli Dagbani is more of patrilineal. And wives, upon marriage, move to the husband's houses. That also informs the kind of life that will be led. So we are simply making the point that our society is diverse, and the diversity is trickling down to the lowest unit, which is the household. And the household is shaped by the practices that we have. And this is influenced by the kind of system of inheritance. And as a result, when you are in the northern part of Ghana, the households may differ. When you are in the southern part of Ghana, especially in the Ashanti or the Akan groups, the households will differ. If you are among the Ewes, the household will differ. The Ga and the Adagbes, it differs. So from one ethnic grouping to the other, the system varies, and the households reflects the kind of system that is being practiced. Good. Then we are looking at urbanization. You know, an urban area is defined by population and also sometimes by the function of the city. So the process by which a large proportion of a country's population to reside in towns and cities is what forms urbanization. So in Ghana, every day people are running to the city to settle, meaning more people day in, day out are increasing. So the proportion of our people who reside in the city continue to grow. The factor responsible for this growth is broadly classified into two. The natural increase that had to do with birth and death, and the artificial increase that has to do with migration, rural, urban migration. So people are moving from the villages to the cities. And the consequence is that more people will be residing in the city and continue to increase in proportion. Meaning that urbanization continue to expand. It means that rural living is reducing in favor of urban living. And this also goes with its benefits and problems. So when you look at immigration, where people are moving into an area, so when you say immigration, the movement of people into a given area. So in Ghana, we can say rural urban migration. But in international migration, you are looking at people moving from outside Ghana into our country. You know, when people are coming from outside, where do they go? They go to the cities. They don't go to villages. The cities benefit from employment opportunities, and that attracts people. And that is fueling the rural-urban migration and many other factors, including social amenities that are found in the cities and lacking in the rural areas. Good schools, as we mentioned earlier, are found in the cities. Good roads are found in the cities. Electricity, telecommunication, healthcare, all these are in the cities. So they serve as what you call the pull factors. Pull factors. So when it comes to rural-urban migration, we have the push factor or factors, and we have the pull factors. The pull factors are these things that are in the city attracting people from the villages to go to the city to settle. All of these are working in favor of urbanization. Now, if you talk of migration, we have to look at it into bit detail. Migration brings about redistribution of population. We just talked about population distribution. Migration is one of the factors that brings about the redistribution of population. Migration is the movement of people from one geographical area to another, either to permanently settle or temporarily settle. When you go to Accra for 2 weeks and return to your village, that is not what we are talking about. We are talking of going there to settle, relocating your life from your original home to the city or to any other place to settle. Some also move to the village to settle. Where the migrants are coming from are the source region, and where they are going are the destinations. So when you come to rural-urban migration, the villages become the source region and the cities become the destination. So for migration, time is important. The relocation must be for a certain reasonable time and not just 1 week or 1 month and you are packing home and you say you are migrating. No, that's not migration. Right. The conditions or factors in the source region that compel people to move out are called push factors. I've mentioned that earlier, that we have 2 sets of factors. The push factors and the pull factors. Why will people move from their villages or their cities or their homes in one area and run to other places to build and settle? It's either something is following them or something is attracting them. What is chasing them away are the push factors. And among these are poverty. You know, poverty is the #1 enemy of man. So instead of fighting ourselves, let's fight poverty. That's our #1 enemy. So when you are poor in your village and hardships, the poverty is making you sleepless. You can't sleep. You are thinking of what to eat. You are thinking of how to take care of your children when they are sick. You are thinking of how to get clothes to wear. When poverty stares you on your face every day, one of the options is to move out of where you are. Is to move out and go and settle elsewhere to see whether your poverty situation in where you are has something to do with your location. If you are lucky, you can escape from that poverty. The other one is outmoded cultural practices. Some ran away to settle in the cities or to settle in other places because they are being affected by practices that they do not buy in. What are some of these outmoded cultural practices that are forcing people to run away? Can we mention some of them from our various locations? What are all the outmoded cultural practices?
Female genital mutilation.
Female genital mutilation. So if you're a girl, and you know you are not yet mutilated, you are not yet circumcised, and the people are planning, you are hearing rumors. The old ladies are holding meetings. If you get the opportunity, you run away to a place where nobody can touch you. So female genital mutilation is a cultural practice that, in fact, is outlawed in Ghana, but it is still secretly being practiced. And people who do not want to participate in it can run away. Number two,
forced marriage.
Forced marriages, good. You live with your parents, a young girl, then you are 15 years, and they are introducing a 60-year-old man as your husband. No.
I'm sure.
This modern age, people will escape. Those days, the day you are born, somebody will be passing and they give birth to you, and he will pay something that he has registered you as a wife. And society believes in that. From time to time, you will come to greet your parents. So when you grow up, you are not given the option to choose the one you love. They'll say, oh, this man was the one who cut your umbilical cord, and therefore you are supposed to marry him. It doesn't matter how handsome or ugly the person is. Your feelings are not important. If you don't agree with your parents, the option is to run away and settle in the city where everybody is for himself and God them all. Yeah, what other practice?
Widowhood right.
Widowhood rights. Widowhood. Widowhood. Your husband passed away, and they have to take you through so much. Sometimes in the name of proving your innocence, that you don't have a hand in the death of your husband. How come when the woman died, they don't do that to the man? It's always the other way around. We don't have widower rights, we have widowhood rights. Why? That's culture. The women are subjected to inhumane treatment. They will be in the house for several months without going out. Some of them are shaved. They wear all kinds of things, all kinds of concoctions. No hygiene. Why? So, such an environment, if you want to escape from these inhumane treatment, the option is to run away. So widowhood rights that are so derogatory, that are so dehumanizing to the humanity of the woman, is one reason why people have to run away. What again?
Human sacrifice.
Human sacrifice. Human what?
Sacrifice.
Huh? Human sacrifice. Yeah,
Sacrifice.
those days. Human sacrifice. Yeah, those days. Is this still happening?
No.
Do we still have it? But those days.
No, we don't.
It was there. Don't be surprised. It may still be hiding somewhere. So when people are running away from those bad practices, then you see that it becomes good. Any other? Turkey.
Say the
Turkey system.
system.
The Turkey system where young girls, just imagine, young girls are made to pay for the sins of people they never met. That's unfair. Why not young boys? So you see that in every situation, the woman is at disadvantage. The girl child. This patriarchy is affecting the woman, it's affecting the girl child. And as a result of that, some of them will have to run away, and then they escape to the villages, to the cities, where if you come to arrest somebody like that to go and practice those things, then you
Bad network, or is this only on my side?
No, maybe Mr. Tia is doing something, so let's wait.
Okay.
It's up completely.
So concept, you call you.
Steve, please find out why. Then let us know.
Your concept.
Okay.
Please, where are we now?
You're looking at the push factors.
All right. Thank you, boss.
Please, I want to find out if any of you is offering political science as minor.
Yes, I am.
Please, I'm in need of a slice for political thought. So I would like you to send me hi so that I can get your contact. Then.
Oh, okay.
Please, are you Prudence or?
Yeah, I'm Prudence.
Okay, you send me hi. I'm Sammy.
Oh, okay.
So after this lesson, then you push this thing.
Okay.
Please, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, he's rejoining.
Okay.
Okay. Please, I want to ask if anyone has thematic past questions. I mean the objectives. Person can share with us.
Hello.
Steve, what's up?
I've spoken to him, so he said he's rejoining. So please, let's give him some time. Perhaps it could be his network.
Okay. Thank you.
Hello. Please, can you hear me?
Yeah, Steve, we are here. We are around.
They are
Oh,
around.
okay.
They are waiting for the letter.
Please, I want to pass this information across. Yesterday, Mr. Abude sent some of the books to Kumasi and Swedro,
Okay.
who so those who paid for the books, those who are in Kumasi, and I'm sure those in the Upper East, we sent their books to Kumasi for it to be delivered. So please, if you need the book, you have to wait because I want the books to reach those individuals before.
But when did you
But
start
with
making the payment? Thinking about it.
the payment has been on the platform since last week.
Hey, then I'm not on that platform because I didn't see it.
Yes. So I don't know. You have to wait. And with regards to the nature of job, we are still on it. So Yeah. So please, I'm going to reach out to the lecturer again. So kindly hold on for me, please.
Okay. Mhm. Yeah, but what of we those at Hope area around Buta regional T? How can we get the book? People want to buy some. Is it related to this course?
All right. I think I'm back here.
Yes, sir. Please, you are back.
Yes, I am.
Oh, good. When I didn't even know that I was off until Edu called me. All right. Let me share. All right. So I think we were looking at, I think the slides is showing it, right?
Yes, sir. It's showing.
Good. So I was talking of the other push factors, including unemployment, conflict, among others. And I was making the point that when it comes to the employment, so instead we are talking about unemployment. When you go to the pull factor, you'll be talking about the availability of what? Employment opportunities. So the way you state it will either make it a pull or a push factor. Good. So the second leg of it is that the condition in the urban area that attract migrants are 10 pull factors. So an essay question can ask you to write only on the pull factors or only on the push factors. And that can be a beautiful essay question. What factors, which explain any 4 push factors responsible for rural urban migration? So they are those that we have mentioned. But take note, the outmoded cultural practices is 1 point. You don't go and be mentioning female genital mutilation as 1 point, then you write about it. Then trochosis, then you write about it. What do you call it? Forced marriages. When you mention all of these as separate points, in fact, they will all be brought back together as one. So that is 1, but they are all together described as outmoded cultural. But you can only use them as what? Illustrations or examples, but not stand alone points in an essay type question. So what are the factors that attract people? We know them. You have job availability or job opportunities. You have good educational institutions. You have the tertiary level health delivery facilities. You have many of them in the cities, social amenity, the presence of social amenity, entertainment. What have you? All of them are in the cities and serve as attraction to the youth in particular, among others. Right. Now the movement of to a new location is what we call immigration. and the movement of people from other places into. So when you are coming in, you are an immigrant. When you go out, you are an immigrant. The one with the E are those who are traveling out of the country. So our nurses and doctors who are running away to UK and what have you, they are immigrating, E. Then you also have other people. We have a lot of Nigerians. We have, what have you, Europeans. We have our West African neighbors are coming in. These are immigrants. They are immigrating. So immigration is out movement, while immigration is in movement. So movement could be of those two broad categories, where you either move out or you move in. Right. What are the causes of people moving away from our country? A lot of Ghanaians are living abroad. Why? And people continue to queue.
Please, I can't hear the lecturer. It's still available.
A question again.
I can't hear the lecturer. It's still available.
Please, I'm sure he's having network issues, so let's wait, please.
Okay. Mr. Steven, what are those in Sunyani? Where are we getting our books?
Yeah, Sammy, your book was sent yesterday, so I'll contact Mr. Abode and give you feedback.
Okay, thank you.
Please let me use this opportunity to pass this information to us all. They posted a link about how to download some of the apps in which we are going to use it for. You do well and them. If you have any issue, try to consider the quality. But it's too late. Thank you.
Yeah, I asked a question, but nobody answered me. I mean, like the book you are talking about, some of us are in Bhutan. How can we get it? Because we didn't even know. Can I get an explanation so that in case we can also ask for it?
The book we sent one to voter region for innocent yesterday. So you after the class, I think when the lecturer leaves, we will discuss that. But concerning what my brother just said with the link for the quiz, yesterday I checked. A few people have actually opened the link. So please, you open the link, you try the link on your phone. That's using whether the Apple or the Android. And there is an HTTP. There's a URL link over there as well. You try that one too. Either you use the browser. So whichever way that you use, fine. So you can try the HTTP link too with your laptop. So please kindly try and open it. The logins are all there. Thank you.
Yeah, please, can you resend it? Prof. Stephen. Can you please resend it?
Yes. Yes. It has been pinned in the group, but I'll put the link back so you check. So please let's all open the link and check. Kindly do so, please.
Okay.
And two, I was requesting for names of class members. Please kindly add your name to the list, especially those doing the geography major. I'm sure the econs major too. We are going to do that. You add your name to it so that if there is anything, we will know how to contact you. Please, I'm begging you.
Please, where is that link? Where is that
Brother
link? Link
Stephen,
for
please explain that one again. I was off. You said
the
we should
link
add
for
our names. Is it about the books or what?
They are measuring
I had
economic. So what are you talking about?
where is that list where we can all add our names? The list to which we can all add our names. Where is
please. What I'm saying is that I created a link for those doing the geography major. I'll get someone from those doing economic major so that the person creates a link and put it or a template so that you can all fill. We are doing so because of maybe in case of any emergency, like these books, for instance, we will need members, we will need your locations so that we could send the book because sometimes when they send the money, they don't add the location to it. And we don't know what will happen. That is why we are requesting for the name so that we know the number of people doing a particular course or the program itself, please.
so where is the link of the list for for us to update? Where is it?
Please, are you measuring jog or accounts?
I'm measuring jog.
Okay. Then you check on the page. That's geography economic page. But I'll put the link, I'll put the template there. It's a template, so I'll put it there. Please let me call the lecturer. Please, I said he's trying to join the platform. He's having some network
Yes,
challenges.
we are. Hello. Please, Mr. Steven. Hello.
Please speak. I'm listening, please.
Hello. Yeah, please, concerning the link for us to go in and log in. So I tried doing it, whereby when you go to your browser after downloading the fully exam kiosk, when after and going to your browser to type hitcoursedesign.com, they'll ask you to put username and password. So is it you are you creating new one or it's going to be from the app you downloaded?
The username is your index number, and the
Okay.
password is your first name. Your first name, you begin with a capital letter, and you
Okay.
add 2025 to it.
All right. Thank you.
I understand. Even when we go to the exam center, they will guide us.
Yeah, so you like I said, the username is your password, and the username is your ID number, and the password is your first name. You begin with capital letter and you add at 2025.
Please,
come again. You said
concerning the ID number, which ID are you referring to?
The one you use in paying your fees, the one with the SW slash your DES.
That's the registration number.
Slash,
The
yes.
registration number.
All right.
Yes. The registration number is the same as your index number. Please, are you with me?
Yes, please.
Wait.
Yeah, the registration number is the same as your index number.
All right. Thank you.
I got see, is it Mabel or
Yes.
please can you send me hi?
Who is talking?
I guess you are from
Is that?
Jackson.
All right.
I guess you are from Navrongo.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. I'm also from Navrongo, so maybe.
All right.
Hello. Yeah, hello, Steve.
Yes, please.
Boss, please, I need some clarification on with the platform for the quiz. Is it compulsory to download the app, or you can go ahead using the website without downloading the app?
You can use the website without downloading the app.
All right. Okay. Thank you.
The website will be a bit okay because with the app, sometimes it depends on the phone. If the phone is not all that strong, when you open the app takes in charge of the whole phone, so you can't do any other thing again.
Okay.
So if you can use the website, fine. It is also very good.
With own name and then the don't use password. I try. Something, so I don't know.
Hello, Ima. Please, can you come again?
Steve. Hello, Steve. What's up?
Mary.
Yes, what's up? What's going on? What is the network issue for Mr. Case? And let us know so that.
Yeah, Mary.
I'm saying that is the network issue for Mr. Case and. Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
Steve. Please, you said
Yes,
the
I called
username.
he
You said
said
the username is what, and the password is what?
Our registration number. Username is our registration number.
Okay, that's the index number.
Registration number. Registration.
Please, Mr. Steve. After opening the link with the username and the password, so when you go back to the app, what then do you do?
The link and the app, that's the same thing. They do it's the same thing. They do the same
Please,
thing.
your
So
line
either you
was
use
breaking, so I couldn't hear
the
you.
link. Please, can you hear me now?
Yes.
The link and the app is the same thing. You know, just that you have to install the app on the phone. But I've realized that sometimes using the app, the operation is so. If you could use, fine. You just have to copy the link and paste it in your browser. Then you have to search it. It will send you straight onto the platform. Or just click on the URL. That's green, the highlighted one, the URL. You just click on it. It will take you straight to the page. Then you enter the username side. You enter your index number or the registration number. Then when it comes to the password, your first name. So if you are Emmanuel Asante, Emmanuel, but you begin the Emmanuel with the E with uppercase letter. So Emmanuel at 2025, the @ symbol for the mail, the @ that's at gmail.com. So Emmanuel at 2025, and it opens.
But I was asking concerning the link. Sorry, the app. When I entered the app, it said something like enter the URL of an institution which supports SEB.
So that's the URL in the inbox, the message. I've placed the URL there.
Share your screen so that proceed here because I'm having challenge here.
Okay. So I'll put the URL alone on the page. So please, you just have to tap on it. Don't copy the URL and paste it. You just have to click on it and it will open. So I'll put the URL there. So you don't have to copy it or don't have to retype it. You just have to click on it and it opens straight.
If that's the reason.
Please, on which page? Because
Hello. Hello. On
Yeah.
which page is the URL? On which? I think I think he's trying to say that when you click on that link, it will take you straight
Check
to where the exam will be.
On the geography account page.
geography accounts.
Please, are we all?
Some of us are not on that platform.
Thematic geography page. On so it's also on that platform as well.
That there are also
okay.
Hello.
The thematic geography where we ask the link.
Hello, Stephen.
Please.
There are so many platforms that most of us are not on. Most of us are not on that platform, the job and the cons. So kindly add us.
We have seen the link on the how about our stuff?
They have pasted it. I posted on the messages. Open it. Click on the link. Enter your registration number.
Open it, right?
The passcode. Can you hear me?
No,
Hello.
no,
Hello? Hello?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes.
Say it's back.
Stop here. I'm listening.
I'm back, but I'm using phone now, so I can't share the screen. The laptop is refusing to.
Okay, sir.
So I'm using the phone now. So what we'll do is, yes. When we are done, then I'll send you the slides.
Okay, sir.
So that we can continue the discussion. I don't know what is wrong with it. So we were trying to understand why some people, especially in Ghana, migrate to other countries in search of what they call greener pastures. And I was explaining the first point that has to do with education. Despite the fact that we have so many educational institutions in our country, in terms of probably quality and standards, people still prefer to go out there to attend other schools, other universities, other training schools. And that has been one of the reasons why people move out. And almost all of you here, if you get opportunity to go and study abroad, you disappear in the next minute. So educational facilities, educational resources, among others, is one of the reasons. And most of them, when they go to study, sometimes they don't return. After studying, they find a way of getting working permit and what have you and stay because they want to make some money before they return. And a good number of our people are there. And their initial reason for traveling was education. The second one has to do with brain drain. Brain drain. And brain drain, you won't come, somebody said that you won't come back. That's why you have not yet gone out. You see, if you don't want to come back, you won't go out. So brain drain is another reason. And brain drain here is about the people with skills leaving the country to go and offer their services elsewhere. Probably because they are better paid, they are better treated, the remuneration is very good, the conditions of service is good. So in that regard, you have many people who are trained and they move with their skills to these other countries to go and offer them their services. Especially our doctors, our nurses, and now teachers are also leaving. That when you do, you deny your citizenry, your skills, and that's why they call it brain drain. You are the best out of your system are leaving to go and practice elsewhere. Then we have harsh economic conditions in the home country. You know what is happening in Ghana? So much unemployment. There's no money in the system. Those who are working are not well paid, except the few who are the CEOs and those in the private sector sometimes. The majority of the people, President Kufuor once said that government pretend to be paying workers, and workers also pretend to be working. So which is which? Is it that we have to get the highest salary before we do the best of our best to improve our situation, or the other way around? We have to produce so that when there is enough, then we all share from that. But for now, as you know, conditions generally are not good. If you look at how much our doctors collect here and how much they take when they run away, definitely many of them will want to go there, make a living better before they return. So that is another area that is causing people to move out of the jurisdiction to practice at other places. Then, if that is the case, if people move out, what are the consequences? The first one is that there is shortage of labor and low productivity. You know, some of the skills that are living, they are not in their abundance. You know, if we have so many and you export some, it's fine. But there are some of the brains that are living that we don't have them in the system. There are some categories of doctors, you can't find them anywhere outside Kumasi, Accra, and that is it. They are only special, they only visit other regions from time to time. Yet, the few that we are able to produce, they still abandon us, run away to these so-called better nations to practice to make the money, forgetting that if their people were running away and leaving them, they will not build a nation that will be attractive for you to go there. Yeah, somebody mentioned of neurologians and what have you. They are not there. And yet, the few that are there, when they get opportunity, they want to run away. It's because of the conditions here. So if you are not patriotic, ready to serve your people, you abandon them and join the boat. It could also lead to a decline in government revenue. You know, as workers are supposed to work and pay taxes, if the best workers are running away with their skill to go and practice elsewhere, if they were to practice in Ghana, they will be paid and they will be paying taxes to the state. So when there are shortages of labor in the industry, it indirectly means that there will be shortages in the area of revenue mobilization. Now, you know, Ghanaians in general, we don't like paying tax. If not those that are tied to buying of goods, those direct taxes. And the direct taxes are those that we pay from our salary, which are deducted at source. The indirect one that we have to sell and pay, many people are not. That is why there's so much tax on fuel. Because for the fuel, nobody can dodge it. So tax revenue could decline because of people running away to practice elsewhere. Then it also wastes government resources. If you look at our doctors and our nurses, we spend a lot of money training them. We even give the nurses and the teachers training allowances. While they are there in school and we are training them, we give them allowance, we feed them. Then they finish. And when they get the opportunity, they run away. Then we have to train new ones. So if your best are always living and you have to continuously train new ones, it put pressure on your meager resource. And we already don't have it. So it wastes our money. And we need to find a way of benefiting from the export of these skilled persons. There's also less pressure on social amenity. This one could be in the form of positive. As people are moving away, then the pressure on social amenities is also reduced to some extent. And that can also be positive, but do we have the social amenities at all? Our structures are not well equipped. Low crime rates. Low crime rates, as people look for jobs elsewhere, it reduces unemployment. For instance, if you look at our nurses, a good number of badges are there with their postings. Definitely, if they don't get postings, the temptation is there. Many people have finished schools, universities, and they are roaming on the streets, no jobs. You know, when there are no jobs, it leads to social vices. Because man must survive. And some people do not care whichever way they must survive. And that can contribute to the crime rate. But if opportunities are outside for them to go and practice, then instead of staying here being unemployed and being tempted to go into crime, if the opportunity is there and they go, it reduces the pressure. It can also reduce environmental degradation and congestion in the source regions. So all these things are, so when we talk about the consequences, they are both positive and negatives. And we need to take care of that. Increase per capita income. You know, per capita income is about the quantum of your GDP divided by the number of people you have. So if the same amount of GDP is produced and many of your people have gone outside the country, the possibility when you divide, the per capita income may be high, though it could be in the hands of a few. Right. What about immigration? What brings about immigration? What are the causes of it? One of the, yes.
So please, I want to I want to make some contribution to the immigration.
You do that.
So sometimes our skilled labor leaving the country, sometimes not their fault.
Yes.
Sometimes it is the system, because I can't go to medical school for 6 to 7 years, do my housemanship, and I'm still not paid. Definitely, if I get opportunity, I will leave.
Definitely.
And then also, I can also say that a better health system outside also triggers Ghanaian to move out.
Yes.
Because there are some certain diseases we don't have the centers, the treatment centers. For example, the autism and others. We don't have specialists in the country, but outside there are specialists. So such individuals would love to move away from the country so that they can go and enjoy better healthcare system over there.
That's true.
Right. Thank you, sir.
That's true. Yes, but the doctor, they have to stay back and make our system better. Money is not always the case, because the state also spend money in training them. Then they finish, and all that they do is to look for opportunity to run away. No, you have to serve your people, because at the time you were gaining admission into that university to do medicine, other people were denied because there was no space. You got the opportunity. So it is time for you to also pay back by rendering your service. Even those who are in Ghana, they don't want to go to the rural areas. All of them are in the cities. You have a whole district or sometimes a whole region with only one doctor. Definitely, you can't give much. And when you do that, it's not fair, because it is all our taxes that are used in putting up those medical schools for the privileged few to attend. And when they are done, they think that we are not paying them well, so they have to go outside and make money. That is not fair. We have to all sacrifice. Japanese sacrificed to build Japan. After 1945, Japan was reduced to ground zero. They had virtually nothing. But the people of Japan decided that they wanted to sacrifice their group to build Japan for the next generation. And what did they do? They were working long hours and collecting less pay. They sacrificed their lives. They were buying made in Japan goods, despite the fact that they were not good enough. And within a short time, they were able to build Japan beyond their expectation. But Ghana, everybody is looking for what they can get from Ghana, not what they can give. And when you have a society where everybody is taking his share and not thinking about the nation, then definitely we will all suffer. That is why stealing is too much in our public sector. Everybody who got employment is thinking about how much you can make and not how much you can make an impact on that institution. Politics, worse off. Public and civil servants stealing left, right, center, and then all of us pay the price. All right, what causes immigration? Why are people interested in coming into Ghana? One of the reasons is political stability. You know, in Ghana, political disturbances are very few. Coup d'etats have become a thing of the past since 1981. No coup has succeeded. We have been able to practice our democracy to a very large extent, where we can change our government through the ballot and not through the barrel of the gun, despite the fact that they continue to mess up. So that stability in the political terrain is attractive to people. People believe that they are safe in Ghana. So many people are coming and residing. And generally, we appear to be a very safe place. No more, not much upheaval, not much criminal disturbances. And that is enough to attract so many people. Then our mineral resources and mining activities. Go to the Galamsey areas and see Chinese, see Burkinabes, see Nigerians. Everybody is going in there illegally. Those that are legally coming in to do the mining, they are bringing money to invest. Then you have those that are coming in just to make money at the expense of our environment. This is destroying all of us. Just 3 days ago or so, EPA workers and Forestry Commission, they were attacked by Galamseyers, telling all of us that if we don't sit up, Ghana will become ungovernable. I can't just imagine how our soldiers will be out there and there will still be civilians with arms threatening and making places no-go areas. It's just because the political will is not there. If not, our soldiers should be able to flush out every illegal person in the forest within a month. But politicians will always play with the lives of everybody. They don't want to hurt people. And if you don't want to hurt people, you cannot implement the needed policies to save our environment. Then, good arable land for agricultural activities. Our land is so good. Galamsey is not destroying our cocoa farms. If not, the cocoa industry is a very vibrant industry. The land is there, the soil is good, our weather system is good. Apart from the north, the southern sector, double rainy season, you can farm throughout the year. That is an incentive enough for many people who are hardworking outside Ghana to come and invest in the agri sector. Then we have favorable climate. As I've just explained, our weather is good, no extreme rains, no extreme droughts in between. Despite the fact that we have pockets of areas that are suffering from climatic burdens. But generally speaking, the climate in Ghana is good. And that is enough to attract the employment opportunity for citizens from neighboring countries. Go to our markets, and we have a lot of our Nigerian brothers doing business. And our traders are even fighting them that they have taken over their jobs. So opportunities are there for people from neighboring countries, the Malians, the Burkinabes, the Nigerians, what have you, are all coming in to do business and to look for employment opportunities to better their lives. All of these are reasons for which people are coming in to our country as immigrants. Any question? Any question? Right.
Sir.
Sir.
Yes.
Sir, please, I wanted to ask something.
Okay. Go ahead. I'm listening.
Sir, is it possible, looking at the way our countries and the developed countries,
yes,
it be that in Africa, is it because we have so many dialects in Africa, that is why Africans are not developing? Why I'm saying this is that the moment someone gets the political power, the first thing we say, I'm fighting for my people. I'm doing this for my people. And these things are affecting Africa greatly. So could that thing be a factor?
The line was breaking. But you are thinking of ethnicity and varied languages having an impact on our development, right?
Yes, please.
Okay. I'm not sure that is because of ethnicity, because we have so many ethnic groups and so many languages. That is why we are not developing. I'm sure in many of the other countries, they have similar issues. What we are lacking in Africa is attitude. Attitude. We have lost our values. You know, those days, people were cherished for their honesty, not their riches. People were respected because of what they do for people, not what they can make for themselves. But today, it's like all is about money. It's like all is about riches. All is about who can pay, to the point that jobs are for sale. How can you sell jobs? You are selling a job to somebody who is unemployed. I can just imagine what sense that makes. You are asking for 10,000 for somebody to be posted to become a teacher. Then the person paid the 10,000. You want the person to go and be teaching with good heart? No. So the political system is so terrible that when anybody is given opportunity, the person rather thinks about money, how to make money, instead of how to serve his people. I think that is just the biggest challenge. That is the problem. We are unable to maintain our African values, hard work, honesty, truthfulness, what have you. These are the core values of a Ghanaian. Every tribe, the values are the same: hard work, integrity, honesty, truthfulness, what have you. These are the values of the African. But what have we seen? It's the opposite. We have thrown away all of these, and we are now thinking about money, money, money. So everybody is now running into places where they can make money, not places where they can serve the people. And that is what is creating the problem for all of us. So I don't believe it's ethnicity. I don't believe it is because of the, what do you call it, different tribe, different languages. No. When Nkrumah was developing Ghana, was Nkrumah developing his hometown? No. Was Nkrumah developing his people? No. Nkrumah has a focus. Ghana, he was establishing industry across the whole country, not in one area. So we just need to change our mindset. When they appoint you a DC, a minister, and you finish your tenure without any big mansion, without houses, without cars, your people will be asking you, so what did you use your position for? So you see that all of us are responsible for the situation we are in. What did you use your position for? How come you did not make money? Because they feel that when you are given a job to do, use that job to make money. So that is the problem of Africa. It is not about our tribes, ethnic grouping. It is rather because all of us have lost our values and we are paying the price for that. Yes, any other issue?
Okay, sir.
Yes.
Please, Galamsey menace in this country, and then the influx of foreigners coming to mine illegally at the expense of our environment.
Yes.
Is there data having the total number of foreigners in Ghana that we can monitor them and then know how to deal with them, the good ones and the bad ones? Do you have data for the total number of foreigners in this country? Please, I'm asking.
I learned, I think from the 2021 or was it 2010 census, foreigners constitute about 4% of our Ghanaian population. Right? So the data is there. If the data is not there, then our immigration system is weak. Because every foreigner, especially those coming from the Western countries and the Chinese, they come through our port. So their records are there. Our brothers and sisters from the neighboring countries is the same. We have immigration checkpoints where records are taken of those who are coming in and going out. It's just that we are not just serious as a people. We're not serious. That is why the forest is being invaded by foreigners. If not, what has a foreigner got to do with our mining industry? You can only invest your money there and make it, but not to go and join. Ghanaian will go and bring them. You know, Ghanaian, we are just bad people nowadays. Today's Ghanaian is a bad person. All is about money, 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 money. Right. And for data, the data is there. But how we are utilizing the data to make sure that we get rid of those who are not living according to our rules is another thing. And that one is politics. Our politicians are benefiting from the Galamsey, so they are not ready to fight it. That is the problem. We are not ready to fight it. That is the problem. Okay. If the political class want to stop Galamsey within a month, they will stop it. If they want to stop Galamsey within a month, they will stop it.
Okay.
All that they are doing is just pretending to be fighting and not fighting. Yes.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
All right.
All right, sir.
Yes.
With the causes of immigration,
yes,
can we also say that our tourism also attracts or also triggers other foreigners to come to our country, as well as the history of our country? In fact, individuals from different countries, they have heard about Ghana, how Ghana was colonized and others. So people from different countries would love to come and then see the country Ghana. And then I can also say that our good educational system also attracts foreigners into our country.
Yeah.
If you look at
exactly.
UCC, Legon, KNUS, we have foreigners, Nigerians,
Yeah.
Malians, and others schooling in
Yeah.
our country. So can we add the 3-point race to the causes of immigration in our country?
Yeah, we can add them. But when you are explaining, you have to be very careful in the way you explain. Except the tourism. When people come and visit our tourist site and go back, that is not immigration. You get what I'm saying?
Yes, please.
When they come just to visit the tourist site and within 1 week they are gone, they are not. We are looking at those who come to settle, right? They come to settle because of certain benefits that they have identified. But as you talk of education, some will come to school and when they finish school, they will stay back, right?
Yes,
they
please.
become permanent settlers in our country. So they have become immigrants. So that one is true. So in all situations, it depends on the picture you are going to print to justify the point. Historically, Ghana has made a big name in the community of nations. So the Black Americans, some of them will come here because they want to see what is it that made Ghana such a powerful nation in the past and what is happening probably today. Those ones are also there. So some of them will come and finally get settled. Instead of just visiting and going, they will finally get settled. So we have a lot that we can offer. It's just that we need a political direction and we need a change in our mindset to be able to get the best out of our nation. So
right,
those
sir.
points can be built, yes.
Okay. So even with some of the foreigners have been given traditional positions, they are now rulers.
Yes. Yes. Some of them are in skin are chiefs. Some of them they are given big land to settle and invest. So those people are maybe the genuine ones. And you have those who are coming to destroy. Those who are coming to destroy, they are our problem. But every country, you need other people to support you in building. You can't build your country alone, but you must take the lead in ensuring that the right things are done and the right people are coming in. All right. Then types of migrations in Ghana. When you come to Ghana, we have different types of migration. We have rural-urban migration. We have urban-rural migration. We have rural-rural migration. We have urban-urban migration. So we have so many different types of migration, depending on where the people are moving from and where they are going to settle. And they each depend on the category of people who are in motion. But as we know, the most dominant in Ghana is the rural-urban migration, where people are moving from the villages to the cities in search of greener pastures. So the causes, we have explained the causes already, where we identified the push and the pull factors. So we don't need to repeat that. we identify the causes to include the push and the pull factors. We don't need to, to repeat that. But what are the effects of rural-urban migration on the destination and also on the source region? So let's look at it from the source region. Where the people are coming from, what do you think will be the effect of rural-urban migration on them?
So there will be reduction in population or population depopulation.
Yeah, there will be reduction in population. There will be reduction in population. And what will be the effects of reduction in population? When population is reducing, what happens?
So it will reduce their income tax or their the tax that they pay. That's the revenue generation for the particular area.
Okay. Leticia, your hand was also up. I think you want to ask something. So there will be reduction in revenue generation. Okay, that's fine. Laurencia left. Okay. Yes. Yeah, Manso.
Said there will be low productivity.
Low productivity because of what?
Because of the migration from the area to another place. So there will be low productivity. Yes, yeah.
Good. So what is the specific element there? There's something very important about it. Low productivity. Pardon me, Ajay?
Reduction in labor force. That's the
labor force
used.
Good. Why is it so? Why is it so?
Due to the movement of more people from that area to another area.
Is it just more people?
The able men.
The able, those who are actually moving are the able ones.
Yeah.
Those who are actually moving are the real strong, energetic men and women. They are the people living.
Or the
And the
dependents.
villages are left with what? The old and the aged, who cannot provide. Yes. So low productivity because a lot of those who are living are actually the, the energetic, those who are strong and should have been providing the labor, so providing the services for production to increase. They are the people. So migration is age and sex selective. It's the young ones who are actually running away from their communities. And that can affect the productive capacity of those people. That's good. What again? What are the effects? Yes.
Pressure on social amenities.
Pressure on social amenities. Where? We're looking at the source region. We're looking at the source, where they are coming from.
Where they are coming from. Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
So what could be the other factors or other effects?
Okay, so another effect too could be there could be underdevelopment, or there will be no development in terms of infrastructure.
Why?
So because if more of their population are moving to certain towns, in fact, the government or the district assembly would not see any need for such individuals to be given some social amenities like medical facilities, because in fact the chunk of their population have moved out.
They have moved out. Yes, so when you are writing essays, these are questions you should be asking yourself and responding to. That is why there is A, B, C, D, and what have you. You may all read the same point, but the way you justify the point is so important. So if you say there will be underdevelopment, what could be the reason? You know, investment is attracted to places where there are people. So if the people are living and the places, and even private people will not invest there because there will not even be market. There will not be many people. Even NGOs, they want to invest in an area to impact people. So if there are no people there, why would they go and put up structure that nobody will make use of? Very, very important. Leticia, your hand is up, eh? Leticia. All right. Which other factor can you mention? Yes.
Great anger.
I got it. Pardon?
It can create anger.
Hunger.
Yeah.
Okay.
Those who are supposed to work and produce food community are living. So
yes, food insecurity.
Yes, food insecurity. Yeah.
Because those who are running to the city, yes. Yeah, so it can lead to food insecurity.
Yeah.
Because the energetic one, they run to the cities. And when they go to the city, they don't go to farm. They rather go and be looking for white collar jobs. So in the villages where farming is supposed to produce the food, they will live with the aged people. The consequence is that there will be a supply of food and our security with respect to food could be threatened. Very important, very good point. Yes.
Okay.
Another issue.
So please, can we also say that it can also lead to, let's say, insecurity in the area, in the sense that the energetic ones have moved away. So if there is, let's say, an attack, external attack, and looking at their current situation, they are left with the aged and then the children. They wouldn't be able to resist the actions from their enemies.
Exactly.
So there could be insecurity.
That can also be an issue. That can also be an issue. What about the destination? What are the problems of rural urban migration on the destination? Where they go to?
So they will go and create slums.
There will be also on social amenities.
There will be such as what?
There will be pressure on social like medical facilities.
Okay.
Electricity, water, educational facilities, and all this.
Housing, all of these are going to suffer. So when you go to Accra and you want to rent a room, compared to renting a room in my village, you can even get a room free of charge to sleep in. You see, but go to Accra, even kiosks are for rent because the number of people looking for places to sleep are so much. And that also go with other consequences. So pressure on social amenities, and that pressure on the social amenity will reduce the lifespan of those facilities. Pressure on water, pressure on electricity, pressure on hospital, pressure on toilets, pressure on everything. Yes. Which other ones?
Say.
High rate of unemployment.
Say.
Yes.
High
rate of unemployment.
Yes. Someone talking about
unemployment.
Okay.
Yes, high rate of unemployment.
Yes.
And you know the consequence of that.
Okay.
Yes, social vices will increase.
Social vices will also increase.
Yeah.
Because if they are not employed and they have to survive, then things that are socially unacceptable will become normal to them. Prostitution, stealing, armed robbery, what have you? They will be the sources of livelihood for some people. And the consequences of these are also dire. Yes. What again?
Say.
There will be urban congestion.
Yes.
Say. Traffic congestion.
Yes. Traffic congestion on our roads. When you go to Accra, it is not closing that is worrying people. It is not time you close that worries you about how to get home. You have to leave your house early at 4 in order to get to work at 8. And when you close, when it's about 3:30, you are not more thinking about the work you are doing. You are thinking about how to get home. So congestion. Unfortunately, as a country, we have not invested in public transport. Just go to Kumasi, go to Accra, see traffic that stretches for 3 kilometers. Look into each one of the vehicles. One human beings. Everybody is driving. Assuming 100 of them park their cars and join a bus, the road will be cleared. But we have not built that system to take off these private vehicles so that the roads are cleared. Elsewhere, people travel by train. They don't even drive. Ghana, everybody who get job, the next thing thinking about how to get a loan to buy a car. Why should everybody be buying a car? It's because the transport system is not good. It has created so much congestion that pollution is also become so much. Traffic congestion and pollution, among others. Very important. What again?
So it can lead to deforestation and desertification as well.
Okay, where? In the
at the forest areas.
At the forest
When
area.
overgrows, the people will be tempted to touch the forest area for industrialization and
Okay.
for how.
Okay. And then even for settlement and other things. That's fine. That's fine.
Sir,
Yes.
there's a problem on accommodation too. So when you move to areas like Accra, Kumasi, you can see most of the youth who move from their various villages trying to get accommodation. Most of them end up sleeping on the streets,
verandas
and then facing
also.
Yes. They are sleeping on the street, pavement.
Yes, and at the same time, it also increases in issues like sickness or any virus in case when it's escalated.
Okay. Because of the social virus.
Okay, so high cost of living.
To environmental problems.
Okay.
Like air pollution, improper disposal of waste.
Great. So when you are talking about problem at the destination, I think pollution is more important because the filth in the cities, the gutters are choked, causing flooding. The airspace is polluted, even because of traffic congestion, human traffic, improper disposal of waste, what have you. So all of these are consequences of rural-urban migration. But are there positives?
Yes, please.
What are
high
the
cost of living?
So, sir,
okay, high cost of living is also a negative.
Yes.
High cost of living is also a negative, yes.
Yes.
And what is the reason?
So this is because with increasing number of people living who are now congested in the city will lead to demand for food, housing, transportation, and other things. So once the demand for these things exceeds the number of supply of people there, definitely the people who live in this place will have high prices of goods and services and other things.
Beautiful. Yes. So high demand automatically translate into higher prices. It's the natural law of demand and supply. When more people are chasing fewer goods, prices rise up. And that is what is happening in our cities. When you go to a place, you can buy food 5-3 and you'll be satisfied, and they'll add fish to the kinky. Now elsewhere, when you buy kinky, you have to pay for the pepper. You see that? Elsewhere, they'll give you the kinky and fetch you soup, and you drink, and you'll be full. But other places, you buy the kinky and you don't buy the pepper, they won't give you. You see, all is because of pressure and the kind of demand that is on the goods and the services. Great. Yeah, any other positive? Any positives? I was talking about positives.
So the positive, one positive effect.
Yes.
at the source region is that there's going to be innovation.
Okay.
That is the people who migrated. So the returning migrants, they will bring new ideas.
They'll bring new ideas.
They are going to even change some of the outmoded culture practices in the town.
Beautiful.
And then they'll also bring new method of production.
Exactly.
And the new method of farming as well.
And new seas.
Yes, please.
It's good.
Then with a destination to, since when they go, they are going to work.
Let's look at the source region first.
Okay, sir.
So you have talked about innovation. The people traveling out, they come back with new ideas.
Yes,
that can transform the society.
Yes,
right?
please. Yes,
some of them will come back and they'll bring, some of them have gone to learn even skills that they are back home providing services for their people. Good. Apart from these innovative ideas, what other things do we think are positive to the destination, the source region?
Okay, sir. Another one.
Yes.
With the source region, it could be that some time ago, let's say 10 individuals are living in one room.
Yes.
So, assuming 8 of them migrate to the cities,
yes,
the remaining 2 are going to occupy that particular space. So there's going to be reduction.
Less pressure.
Less pressure.
Social amenities.
So there's going to be less pressure.
That's fine. Samsu, is your hand up?
Sir.
Yes, yeah.
Another one is the crime rate of the place to reduce.
Okay.
Yes, because most of the people will leave the place to other places, and those going criminals who have bad behavior.
There's less pressure. There's less crime.
The activities in the source area will reduce in terms of crime.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
One beautiful thing about villages is that they know everybody. So the fewer you are, the more you control crime. If you do something and you are running away, somebody will see your back and identify you. They don't need to see your face because they know everybody. Right. Look at.
Yes, sir. Another advantage or benefit to the source. Yes. I can hear me. Yes, I'm saying that another advantage is that there will be economic support. So as these people move out and they find work to do.
Yes. Exactly. Remittances. So you realize that migration is a coping strategy for families. When you have a family and they've realized that they cannot take care of their children in school, some of them will drop out and go to the city and now be working there and now educating the rest at home. They pay the school fees, they buy the books, they do other things. If they were all to be at home, none of them may go to school. But because some have traveled out, they are able to send money home to take care of their family and life will improve. Akwabla, your hand is up.
Okay, Master, please, there is a reservation of the vegetation cover. In a sense that all those who were at first living in the village or whatever has left to a different land to fetch for a living there. So their vegetation is being reserved, which prevents
less pressure on the environment
and a whole lot.
That's fine. Leticia, your hand has been up for long. Or is permanently up? All right. So all of these, yes.
Okay, and so those social amenities at those areas will be less pressured. There'll be less pressure on such like the hospitals. Yes.
Yes. So
the
environmental degradation will be reduced, pressure on accommodation will reduce, there'll be more land for farming activities, transfer of idea, remittances, and all of that. What about the city? How does the city benefit from rural urban migration?
Yeah, there will be enough market, more market, since there are a lot of people there. So anything, there are a lot of people, so they will buy a lot of things. So,
So there is large market for goods and services, thereby promoting.
The labor force will also increase.
Labor cost will be.
Labor force will be increased.
Yes. Yeah. So there will be good supply of labor. In fact, at a lower cost. Oben.
Sir.
Yes, your hand is up.
There will be increase in the revenue that the government may get.
Increase in revenue, yes, because as more people go to the city, economic activity becomes so active, and the more they earn, the more government also make money. So it's rather that the urban metropolitan area, they make money than the rural districts because of the less economic activities there.
Master, yeah, competency in labor is being enhanced.
Okay. How?
Master, because we've all left our homes to the city to search for money or to search for it. So we work tirelessly every day, day in, day out.
Everybody is working hard.
Yes, please.
You don't go to the city and be sleeping. You see, so you maximize your effort in order to get the best back home. Good. So you have increased labor force or labor supply. You have large market for industrial goods and services. Increase revenue to the states through the payment of taxes, among others that you can think about. Any question? Any question? Yes.
I wanted to add that there will be an increase in productivity in the destination regions as labor force increases.
Okay. Increase in productivity. Because if you are not working, they'll sack you and get new people. So everybody is working to protect your job. And they even pay them less. The cost of labor is low because of high supply. You know, when there's so much supply, the cost reduces. Look at our young girls and boys who carry things in Accra. They'll carry your load 2 times their body size from a store and walk for several meters to a station, and you give them 5 cedi. Meanwhile, where you don't have people, somebody will just lift your bag and put it inside a car and collect that same 5 cedi. You see, but when there are many, everybody's waiting, and you are charging you. They look at their colleagues, thinking that if he charge much, you will refuse and pick another person. So we end up exploiting them. You see, they are providing services at home, domestic servants, and they are paid very little. Meanwhile, what they do at home, cleaning, all kinds of things, taking care of kids. So the city benefit a lot from the rural migrants than even the migrants themselves. All right. So take note of that. In some cities, you also have urban-rural migration, but most of the urban-rural migration have to do with either retirees that are now returning home, or the city has become difficult for them and they have to go and resettle in the village to rest after retirement, or some businesses that also demands raw materials. Sometimes, you know, in the location of industries, you factor in a lot of things. So where the industrial raw material is bulky, you see the industrialists rather located in the rural area where the material is produced, and then move the final product to the city to sell. So some people move from urban area to rural areas. Then you also have rural migration, where you move from one village to another village. And this has to do with largely farmers. Where you are, the land is not so good. You heard of another land which is good in another community, and you decide to relocate. So you, even in the south, you have so many northerners who migrated. You know, those early days, migrants were not going to the cities. They were actually going to the villages, especially the men were those who were moving. They will move from the village and go to the southern sector, another village where they could farm throughout the year, instead of farming once in the north. And some of them settle in these cities, and they are now cocoa farmers, plantation farmers, among others. So rural migration is also there. Then you have urban migration, which is largely associated with workers. You are in Kumasi, you get a new job in Tamale, and you feel that that one is better than the one you are holding, then you move. You are moving from one city to another city. Those ones are also there. Good. Any question? Any question? Open your hand is up.
Yes, sir. With the urban rural migration.
The rural.
Urban rural migration.
Okay, urban rural, yes.
I also say it's also caused by institutional transfer and posting.
What?
Institutional transfer and posting.
Institutional transfer.
Yes, sir.
When they transfer you from urban to a rural place. Am I getting you right?
Yes, sir. Can I also say that?
Yeah, it's possible for somebody to be transferred from an urban setting to a rural setting, depending on the organization that you are working for. Though it's very, very limited. But sometimes too, you can be punished using transfers. When you commit a crime in the city, they can send you to the village there to go and suffer small. Those ones are there. And then, but largely, you have people who also voluntarily move to the villages from cities, especially those who are growing older. They feel that the city is so difficult to live. So they prefer to relocate in villages where they will have their peace of mind for the rest of their life till they go back to their creator. Right.
So some could be health factor.
Some could be health sector, that is true.
Yes,
Some could be
health.
health sector. Yes, you are right.
Sir, and others too could be the desire to escape the pressure from the city, especially traffic, pollution, noise making, and other things.
Exactly.
So then,
Emmanuel.
high cost of living at the rural area, urban areas. It can also trigger someone to migrate from town to a village.
Okay.
Then also, if there is a conflict which can, in the long run, can lead to, let's say, war, it can also make someone to move from town to a village.
Okay.
So environmental factors like flooding.
Like the way Accra is flooded all the time. Okay, so there are many. So it depends on how you defend your points. When you mention a point, you have to explain to make it true. You may mention a point that the person may doubt you, but when you explain yourself well, you will be able to justify it, and it will be considered. Emmanuel.
Sorry, sir.
Okay, your hand was up. Leticia's hand is permanently up. Yeah, Tay. All right. Any questions? Any question? Okay.
Hello, sir. Sir.
Yes.
Hello. I believe you are going to share the slides for us.
I will do that.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
Yes, I'll do that. When we're done with the class, I will do that.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I think today is our last meeting, right?
No, sir.
We still have some data.
Yeah, next week we'll meet.
Are you sure?
Yes, sir.
No, next week there's no lecture, so.
According to the timetable, today
Next
is the
week, going
last.
to write our first piece, so I don't think there will be lectures around.
Today is the last.
No,
Today is the last.
next week.
I'm trying to be corrected.
I learned today is the last day.
So I don't know if after the quiz, we will meet there.
Right.
But after the quiz, we will have enough time. So.
Yes.
Hey.
So you are ending the semester like that. Yes.
So if you can make time to maybe revise with us once more before we go through the exams, we'll be very grateful for that.
Yeah. If you make the time, I will make myself available.
Sir.
Okay, sir.
Yeah.
Please, are you done with what you are supposed to for the semester block?
You know, based on the course outline I shared, there are so many topics. But because it's just 4 meetings, we can't cover everything.
Sir,
yes.
So look
I will
at the
call.
course outline. We have the economic activities, manufacturing industries in Ghana, political administration, health and development, impact of globalism. So what about those topics?
Yeah.
So if we are planning, if you could make time to meet us within the week so that we can complete with the course.
Yeah, you know, it's not possible to finish all the topics because of I think there are about 12 or so topics there. Is it 12?
Please, those of you with the course outline with us on the various platforms, we appreciate if you share them.
Yeah, what happened is we may not be able to finish all, but that if we're not able to finish all, I'm sure the course coordinator will also factor in that in setting the questions. Though you can read some of them on your own, though economic activities and industrialization, they are our everyday things, right? The rest of the topics that are left, they are not technical ones. Where you got the economic activities. Yes.
But for the globalism, you need to for the globalism, when you look at the content, you need to take us through a little for an understanding for the globalism. Yes, sir.
Okay.
So for the first quiz, do you have a selected area for the first quiz, or we should learn?
I have to find out from the coordinator.
Thank you,
I'm not
sir.
the one setting the questions. Yes.
Thank you, sir.
I have to find out from him. Yes.
Okay. I think we have 1 more week before the quiz. The quiz is not next week. The quiz is not next week.
Yeah,
it's next 2 weeks.
Next 2 weeks.
It's not next week.
But you don't have lectures next week.
Okay, sir.
We have 1 more week before the quiz.
No, I think please, I think when you look at the table, I think next week is practicals. Next week is practicals. So maybe on the outline on the calendar, next week is not a lecture week for us, but it's for practicals, of which we are not doing practicals. We are not doing practical, so the lecture
So
ends. So if you want, to schedule another time for that one, we can do it. If say will be available, and then yes, schedule another time. But next week, per the calendar, next week we don't have lectures, but we can, if possible, and then say have time, we can meet and then discuss the other topics.
That is it.
Please, can I come in, please?
Yes, come in. The door is open.
When we are having lectures, it needs to be recorded by the code. So I will consult the program monitor. I will speak to him on that, so that if there's anything, I will inform the group. Because the last time there was an issue like that. So
I had a discussion with him yesterday, and the lecture is supposed to end today.
So, sir, I will find this within the week. So if we could have a lecture so that we inform him.
That's fine. That's fine. So we can meet to look at another topic. Even this one, the settlement component of it, that we'll not be able to touch for this unit 5. That settlement is a simple one that you can. So in case we want to meet, which other topic do you think do you want us to discuss? At economic activities, it doesn't need any, it's not a complex thing. If it's agreed,
Perhaps, we can get to working.
So the geological formation, we have to relook at geological formation.
Is that it?
We have to look
at the
it.
rocks and their formation.
Yes, sir. Very
so
important.
So we should rather revise. So let's see. I'll contact the course coordinator and see how the coverage, so that we can rather limit ourselves to that instead of stretching, because the number of topics there are so many. Because it's a material that probably is being used for this particular section. It doesn't mean that we should be able to cover every single topic there, looking at the time available. So I will discuss with Mr. Bedu so that we'll have a better idea what exactly we need to, how much we need to cover, so that even if you are not able to cover by way of lecture, you can still go ahead and read around those topics for the end of semester. So I will share the slides with you. You can read it, and then if you have questions, you can ask later. Right. So any other concern? If not, we'll end the lesson today. And I wish you the best of luck in your quizzes and examinations, even as we plan, hopefully, to meet again. Thank you so much for your attention, your contributions, and your questions. I appreciate my time with you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome, sir.
Thank you very much, sir, for your patience and then your understanding. We also appreciate your time. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Hello, are we done?